FYF Sports, man. Appreciate you guys pulling up, man. NBA live stream is here, man. A lot of games to talk about. Look, we're not going to be live today. We're going to cook on this game that's playing right now. And salute to everybody that's in the chat, man. Salute to Uncle Shug, man. Everybody slowly starting to pour in here. Appreciate you guys pulling up. I just sent the invites out. Sorry, y'all. I just sent the links all out on the website. And I just dropped the embedded video, so people probably going to pull up slower today. So we're going to wait before we really get into the context of the show.
Hey, Toretto.
We got to talk about it. This playoff, more than ever, is starting to get exposed, y'all. It's really starting to get exposed that super teams is not going to win you a chip. The super team era is dead. I just dropped a podcast episode on Spotify about this, y'all. I just dropped a podcast episode about this. The super team era is completely dead. And the Brooklyn Nets and the Los Angeles Lakers have both officially proven that philosophy no longer works in the NBA today. You guys spam up your thoughts in the comments, man. As you guys slowly starting getting here today. This is one of the topics we're going to be touching on. As the Boston Celtics are up 3-0 on the Brooklyn Nets. This is a series where a lot of people predicted that this Nets team could get to the final still. Why? Because they're so invested in ISO one-on-one scores. They forget that this game is about defense. It's about team. It's about coaching. They fell in love with the way it looks. Kyrie scores tough buckets. Right? They fell in love with the highlights. Remember what I told y'all about 90s basketball fans? They fall in love with ISO players. And then when those players crash and burn on them, then they overreact. And this is why you see a plethora of people out there making videos talking about Kevin Durant is choking and it's over and his legacy is bad. See, because they don't know how to call it straight down the middle right out the gate. And so they find themselves in these types of situations, man. Milwaukee Bucks, man, blow the goddamn Chicago Bulls out once again. Blow them out once again, 119-95 to 95. Bulls can't figure it out. It seems like since Lonzo Ball fell out of that rotation due to injury, bro, I don't know, man. Salute Ricky E245 again. Make sure y'all go check out Uncle Shug's channel, y'all. Look, the man is a great entertainer, great content. Got a lot of health content over there. Hey, man, y'all go check him out, man. Uncle Shug. Help him get his channel up. He's had a lot of channels taken down for whatever reasons, a number of reasons. He's into that drama sector a little bit. I think he's trying to get away from it now, but, man, y'all gonna give him a subscribe. Check his content out, man. He's again, you talk about calling it down the line, right? Not get over absorbed into one person or one side, being fair. That's the channel where you want to be, man. Salute to Michael Matroki. Hopefully I'm saying your name correct. Ron, the Don, salute. Appreciate you guys pulling up. We're going to let the beat ride, man. We're going to go through these scores real quick as you guys slowly start to filter in. And salute to subscribers that dropped all the beats. Again, this is just we got some more beats, man. After the last live stream, man, you guys heard the beats. So many of you guys shot me emails. And a lot of you guys who are producers and engineers sent those beats in. So we got a new lineup of beats today. So I want you guys to check that out as everyone filters into the chat today. Fridge. Appreciate y'all pulling up. Who do y'all got winning this game today, Hawks or the Heat? The Heat are making this series a lot more interesting than it should be. Can the Hawks pull off another upset victory? Trae Young with the clutch bucket to end the last game. And then I want y'all also, man, I want y'all to let me know in the chat, what are y'all thoughts on the performance of Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum? This is a tandem of two players that I felt that they needed to get broken up for that team to thrive and succeed. I felt like their skill sets were too similar, and they canceled each other out many of the times. But yesterday they put on a performance. I'm talking about taking turns with this, completely taking turns with the Brooklyn Net defense, just abusing these miniature guards that they're throwing out there. So disappointed that Kevin Durant is not taking up the mantle of defending one of those two guys. Obviously he can't because he's exhausted so much energy just trying to put up the few points he's putting up on the offensive side of the ball. Rhonda Don says Trae Young is overrated. Come on, man. Trae Young is not overrated because he's not rated anywhere. So how can he be overrated when no one's rated him on anything? No one talks about him as the best point guard of the league. Nobody talks about him as the best player of the league. He's not in any MVP conversations. Come on, man. And Rhonda Dunn says Jaylen Brown is underrated. But you know what? That is due to, again, slow start at the beginning of the year. When you show so many signs of inconsistency, it's hard to put you up there and really rate you amongst the best in the league. Salute to Jermaine Berry. Anthony Williams says finna be an interesting series. Celtics versus Bucks. It could be, but how interesting can it be without Chris Middleton for the Bucks? This Celtic team is not coming to play with people. They expose KD's lack of physical strength. He gets fatigued so easily due to him being so skinny, Dre God. I don't know how accurate that is. Y'all keep saying KD's getting tired. KD's not tired. KD is in great condition, and KD's an extremely strong player. This is called defensive execution at its finest. They're not getting him tired. They're not getting him fatigued. This is great defense, contested shots, understanding scouting reports, understanding people's weaknesses and strengths when they put the ball on the floor. That's all that is. As we get to the next beat, and as more you guys kind of filter into the chat. This is a beat by a subscriber, man. He told me to listen, check this beat out, so I marked it. I marked it on my timer, so we're going to let this beat rock a little bit. You guys let me know what you think about this beat. Rhonda Don says, Lamont, drop that 16 go away. Nah, I'm not dropping no copyrighted music. Just only music that y'all create. Buddy Bop Bop, salute to Bang in the chat, man. Bang, man. What's there to do, man, without the Lakers, man? Lakers done fell apart, man. Don't look like they getting a coach before the draft. Man, let me know what y'all thoughts about this. Man, we got a good game on our hands, 27-35. Hawks is up early.
Just different.
Hawks are up early. Y'all, look, I don't know what it is about the Hawks. I just don't trust them, man. I don't trust them. I don't know, man. And again, I want y'all thoughts on this Chicago Bull team, man. Most confusing team that I've ever seen, man. But you know what? This regular season taught us a lot about the Chicago Bulls. They can't beat real legitimate playoff teams. They struggled. So, does it really surprise you? We got the Denver Nuggets with the upset victory today. I'm talking about they had to fight tooth and nail just to pull out that one game. They got to go back to Golden State and try to pull off some miracle wins. Draymond Green ends up fouling out that game late. And you know what? It's hard to beat a team 4 times in a row. I didn't see the Denver Nuggets. And you know what? A lot of the people that was hating on Jokic, what was they saying? There was a lot of people hating on Jokic. They were saying he can't get swept again. He just should at least get one. All right, well, he got the one game. Did anything change? Jokic got the one game that y'all was crying about. They still going to get beat in a gentleman's sweep. He got one game. Y'all happy now? All the people out there, Jokic is overrated and he's not this. He should at least get one game. All right, he got one game. See, when you make these stupid takes about these players getting swept and all this weird stuff, now you got the one game. Now what? Now all of a sudden he's no longer overrated or bum because he got one game. Dre guy says Nuggets in 7. Warriors might blow a 3-0 lead. Yeah, that would be something. Jesus, look at all the people having to go scramble and go delete the Jokic is overrated videos because they didn't jumped straight off the roof. Just talk about Jokic's a fraud. Jokic's not a fraud, y'all. Not close to a fraud, man. Because about this life, just what I'm gonna do about this life. If I ever see you hoop, I'm gonna find 4 GOAT Mike quality basketball players, and I'm gonna put you on the court with 4 GOAT Mike quality basketball players, and then you're gonna play me and my guys. And then we're gonna give you the exact feeling of what Jokic is going through. We're gonna duplicate that feeling. And then we're gonna call you a fraud after we blast y'all every single game. Come on, man. This is what y'all talking about. What are your thoughts on the Celtics net game? My thoughts on the Celtics net is as predicted. Remember, y'all, if y'all look at my playoff preview video, I took the Celtics, and I said I got the Celtics in 5 or 6. Everybody laughed. Everybody called me crazy. I even took multiple bets on this. I got a couple bets out there on this. People was calling me a Celtics stan, and I said, no, it's just basic basketball. The Nets are a 7 seed for a reason because they play like a damn 7 seed. That's what they are. They play like a 7 seed. And why is it surprising, y'all, that the Nets are playing like a 7 seed when they are a 7 seed? Bang says, it just says that these players are not true superstars. No, you know what? I'm not even going to say that because you know what? The Nets dealt like a lot, but you know what? This is a huge indictment on Kevin Durant, primarily because Kevin Durant just left a championship caliber Golden State team. He goes and creates this new super team over in Brooklyn, and he struggled every year, whether it's due to injuries. This year, he has at least Kyrie with him. No Ben Simmons. James Harden got up out of there because he saw the writing on the wall. But KD has struggled mightily without Steph Curry. See, now this could do 2 things. Does this elevate Does this elevate Steph Curry? Does this open people's eyes and say Steph Curry's doing it with or without KD? The Warriors look locked in this year. They look like a team that could easily get back to the NBA Finals. While the Nets are down 3-0 to a Boston Celtic team full of, players under 28.
It's just different.
Baller's Life says, can we be honest? Jokic won MVP last year because LeBron, Embiid, and Harden got hurt. So it's a lot of MVPs have been won because of injuries. It's a lot of awards have been won because of injuries. Let's not act like awards don't get won because of that, but we don't mean it wasn't earned. The main thing is he's in the conversation. I mean, just being in the MVP conversation is saying a lot. The year that Chris Paul, a couple years ago, was in the MVP conversation. Paul George in the MVP conversation. That says a lot about the player, just to be in the conversation. We can't get mad because other people, go boo-hoo to other people that got hurt. That's not Jokic's fault that these other guys got hurt, and Jokic has some level of physicality where he's not getting hurt all the time. That's an attribute that Jokic has, and nobody will give him credit for it. He's out there playing every night with or without his players. Michael Porter Jr. out with injury. Youngster. Jamal Murray didn't play a game this year, out with injury. But he's out there still playing. And if you look at all the teams this year with more talent than the Denver Nuggets, there's a lot of teams out there with more talent than this Denver Nugget team, and look where they at. If you take Jokic off that Denver Nugget team, do they win 48 games? Did they even make the playoffs? Manny Gober says Zach LaVine not getting no Supermax. He's getting hopped out by DeMar DeRozan. The Bulls, I think the cog that really made the Bulls team work was Lonzo Ball, because he helped set those guys up, especially since they're ISO guys that really need to get set up in the right positions. If they don't have a point guard like Lonzo Ball setting them up, they're just coming down the court taking and chucking shots, really with no type of organization. And it's starting to show, starting to look bad out there. Atlanta Hawks 37, Miami Heat 31, 6:25 left in the second quarter. It's looking like it's going to be a solid game. Looking like to be a solid game. If you guys want to watch the game, tune in to TNT. If you missed that Warriors game, the Warriors lost 121-126. Warriors shot 50% from the field, but the Nuggets shot 56% from the field. Crazy, crazy game. Tonight we got the Phoenix Suns versus New Orleans Pelicans. Can the Pelicans pull off an upset win? Can they pull off an upset win? You guys let me know. Playoff points leader, does it surprise you that Donovan Mitchell is leading the NBA playoffs in points per game at 30 points per game? Big time win by the Utah Jazz the other night. And while people were sitting there crying about Rudy Gobert, who seals the game with the bucket to take the go-ahead, to take the lead at the end and kind of seal that? People crying about Rudy Gobert. But without him, they don't win that game. Miami Heat look like they're on a run right now, cutting this lead 35-37. He said, what if Jokic beats the Warriors and has a Hakeem-like run through the playoffs with his team, dominating everyone? Now, DJ, that's a humongous what if. I mean, to say that they can come back from a 3-0 deficit against this Warrior team, and that means you got to go into Golden State and win a whole bunch of games. I don't see it happening. Sean Brewer says they won by one. They won. Winning is winning, Sean Brewer. I don't care how you win a game, especially in the playoffs. You just get the win. Stop boosting the Jazz. No, I'm not boosting the Jazz. I'm just saying they don't. There were so many people blaming Rudy Gobert for the problems that the Utah Jazz is facing, and he's the only one really saving them. It's the perimeter defense out there that's destroying that team. He says, Rudy Gobert, why? They got Clint Capella. Plays very similar to Rudy Gobert. Why do they need another Clint Capella? That's a very lateral move. It doesn't do anything to make them that much better. other than take up more of their salary cap. As we got another beat by a subscriber, man. This is a feature beat. He paid for me to play this one, so we're going to have to let this beat rock out. You guys, let me know your thoughts on this particular beat right here. True to King, I didn't forget about the bet. I'll be sending you your $1 deposit. I said I gotta put you on a 50-day layaway plan. $1 a day for 50 days, man. I got you, True to King, man. It's coming. First payment starting today. Guys, if you like any of the beats, man, you want links to any of the producers or engineers, man, you're going to have to hit me up at business@fyfsports.com. I can send you the playlist, man. You can link with these guys. Man, they can help you put together anything, any project that you're working on. It's a lot of talent out here. Salute to Prince Legend. He says FYF Sports is the police in every chat. I'm not sure what that means. But salute, I appreciate you pulling up. Like I said, trolling Prince Legend, it don't get you as far over here, man. You really got to come with some strong basketball takes. Come on, man. Stay locked in, Prince Legend, man. Can't be sloppy over here. Uh-oh, True to King said, nah, you know, look, hey, I'm not a rapper. You know what Super Hot Fire said? I am not a rapper, man. No, sir. Miami Heat take the lead 41-37. They on a nice little run right now. One of the biggest problems that the Atlanta Hawks have had all year, being able to defend the perimeter. Jimmy Butler with 15 and 5. Bam with 7 early. He was dealing with a leg injury earlier. It looked like he's recovering a little bit better. DeAndre Hunter for the Hawks with 11. Underappreciated player. And Trae Young with 6 points right now, as the Atlanta Hawks look like they are reeling right now with no answers, as the Miami Heat have went on a 12-0 run to take the lead 44-40. Dre God says the Warriors aren't getting out the second round. They can't beat Memphis. Memphis bullies them every time. Memphis needs to worry about beating Minnesota right now, Dre God. They got to figure out how they're going to beat Minnesota, because to be honest, Minnesota should be up 3-1 in that series. Minnesota looks like the better team. And they've dominated the majority of this series outside of the massive hiccup where they blew 2 20-point leads. Memphis ain't done nothing to make me believe they can get to the second round.
It's just different.
And Just Blaze, that's kind of a foregone conclusion, man. We know the Warriors are moving on to the next round. It's just about who they're going to play. It says Robert Williams looked good last night. Yeah, Robert Williams looked excellent last night. I told you, they got a combination of Al Horford and Robert Williams that really the Nets are not going to be able to contend with. It's too much physicality. Kyrie looked like every time he goes into the paint, he's bouncing around, bouncing off bigger and stronger bodies. He can't really do much. For the fantasy players, man, make sure you guys get your fantasy picks locked in. Will Chris Paul dish out more than 10 assists tonight? right? You can make some good money on FanDuel Sportsbook by making that bet. Go for the over or the under, whichever one you want to choose. A lot of bets you can make over there. It says, I remain unimpressed. Is that Jones 23? Jones, man. Is you banned? That might be a fake account. KD getting exposed in the playoffs. Prince Legend says KD's getting exposed again. Now, there we go with the getting exposed again. What do you mean he's getting exposed in the playoffs, Prince Legend? What do you mean he's getting exposed again? I don't have access to the chat with this stream right here, so the moderator is going to have to take care of fake accounts. But how is he getting exposed again? Weren't they exposed in the regular season as coming into the playoffs as a 7 seed? Why did it take them being down 3-0 to the Celtics before you say that they're exposed to a certain degree? Manny, I think it might be a fake account. He says, I thought Jones was banished to the Shadow Realm. I thought, yeah, he probably was. It's probably a fake account. True to King, man, he's cracking up. And the Hawks are probably going to shoot themselves out of this game. They've already chucked up almost 33 pointers in the first half as they've completely fumbled their lead that they have. And people say Jokic. We got to get back to Jokic and all these players, as they say, are choking. Jokic's averaging 30 points a game this playoff. I mean, I don't know what more you want this man to do. I think the team that you would say is kind of exposed is the Chicago Bulls. And I'm going to say exposed primarily because coaching, because they got the players. The coaching over there seems to be atrocious. There's too much star power over them. Star power over there for them to not to be able to address and deal with this Bucks team. Or at least be a bit more competitive. No way they should be getting blown out back-to-back games. Let alone the Nets were tied. Hawks before the playoffs. Prince Legend said KD already got exposed. Real fans already knew. Yeah, but, you know, it's not even about exposed. It's about what type of player he is. I mean, I know you can hold him accountable to a certain degree because he left a championship contending team to go create his own thing. Right? The only thing this really kind of maybe exposes is that Steph Curry's a lot better than what y'all give him credit for. Steph Curry, without KD, has his team looking like they can get back to the NBA Finals in a much better position than what the Nets are now. While Kevin Durant has failed to be a leader over there, right? The combination of James Harden, Kyrie, and KD should have worked this year. Then James Harden gets disgruntled. No leadership within the players. And then James Harden basically essentially checks out and wants to get traded. Then they bring in a Ben Simmons who hasn't played a game yet. Now he's already ruled out for Game 4 after they said he would be back Game 4. Big disappointment. I never saw Ben Simmons sitting out this entire year. Just complete waste of a year. Waste of a lot of talent. Blown opportunity. But the Nets traded for him. Mark Johnson says, can Jokic please get out the first round? Yeah. But like I said, Mark Johnson, getting out the first round and then trying to do so without some of your star players is two different things. This Warriors team's one of the deepest teams in the league. They got bodies on top of bodies that they can throw at Jokic and this team. It's completely depleted. And you having to rely on guys like Will Barton, guys like Bryn Forbes. You're relying on these guys to carry you through the playoffs. Guys that would barely be 6th or 7th men on other teams. And salute to One Cool P in the chat, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up. All right. I'm going to drop these links in the chat. Make sure y'all look if you want to. Appreciate you guys if you want to join the Patreon. The link is going to be in the chat for the Patreon. Join the Discord. We're going to be going live on our Discord as well pretty soon here. So make sure you join that Discord. And then, as usual, man, make sure you guys also, hit the Cash App. Support the channel, man. Support the channel, man. Much appreciated. What you guys think about this beat right here? I'm not feeling this beat right here. Byron25 says KD can't control the tempo of and pace of the game. Well, I don't know what type of tempo and pace you want them to play. But I don't think KD can control 18 turnovers. I mean, let me pull up these turnover numbers, man. It was ridiculous. That Celtics game. True the King said he likes it, man. That's how they get down. Krabby Dick type beat. So we gonna call this one True the King Krabby Dick special. King Charles says, Lamont, you let KD off the hook. LeBron has faced those same defenses his whole career, still prevail. How did I let KD off the hook? God, King Charles, how do you know I don't have a pre-recorded video that's about to drop in the morning talking about this same issue? Come on, King Charles. See, but I just don't jump right off the rocker just to report on these stories, man. I like to watch the film. I'm gonna go watch the film, and then I'm gonna come back and give a real analysis and real breakdown of what went wrong, because I don't like always just jumping to the weak logic or the weak narratives of just blaming players saying that they choked. It's a lot of things that go into winning and losing a basketball game. So again, we do the film study over here. The game is not just about watching it and as soon as you turn it off, he choked because they lost. It's bigger than that. I mean, the other day, Jokic drops 37 and 16, and people turned their TVs off and said Jokic choked. How do you choke dropping 37 and 16? Come on, man. That's what leads to those irrational takes right there. We got to avoid that. And the Miami Heat have blown this game open. We're down by 10. The Miami Heat closing out the second quarter, up 53-41. And again, this is just another game that just shows the undisciplined nature of this Atlanta Hawk team. We talk about the Miami Heat starters is really holding this game together. PJ Tucker with 10 points. Any points you can get from him is just bonus. Jimmy Butler with 19. Bam Adebayo with 9 on 4-8 shooting. Gabriel Vincent with 5. Kyle Lowry is out with a hamstring injury this game. And then Max Strus with 6 points. Very, very solid player. Tyler Hero, only 3. Dwayne Dedmon with 3. But this defense has helped propel them to a 14-point lead going into halftime. 55-41 at the half when we go to the Hawks. John Collins, 6 points. Defense has been atrocious. DeAndre Hunter, 11 points, leading the way for the Hawks. Clint Capella, 2 points. Not really much going on there. And John Collins, he's struggling primarily because of the fouls. They've allowed him to get 4 fouls already in the first half. That's going to bring an enormous amount of problems for this Hawk team in the second half. Gallinari with 5 points. And then Darrell Wright with 6 points off the bench in 12 minutes. But just this Hawk team, again, what they've been doing all year is just coming back to bite them. Undisciplined nature of basketball. They don't really move the ball very well. Not for sure what they're going to do going into this offseason, but that GM over there was really talking about breaking this team up at the trade deadline, and he didn't do so. He rolled with it, and I bet he's now regretting that decision. So it says Ben Simmons is going to be out game 4 with back soreness. Rudy Gobert fined $25,000 for his post-game language. When they interviewed him, he definitely cursed live on network TV. Said to drop the F-bomb because he told the reporter, he said, fuck all the rumors. I don't want to hear all that. So wow. Also, a lot of people were worried about Joel Embiid. A lot of people said that injury, they thought he would be able, he'd get surgery immediately. Joel Embiid has come out and confirmed that he will have surgery after the season. He's going to play this season out. So that's what we got going on right here. Remember, as I told you guys earlier, Denver Nuggets take the win 126-121. Really, really good game right there. We're going to get to the box score. Wiggins with 20 points. Great defensively. Had some big blocks at the end. Just wasn't enough. Klay Thompson, his biggest scoring game of the playoffs. 32 points on 12 of 20 shooting. Draymond Green, 13 points. And Steph Curry off the bench with 33. Great shooting night for him. Again, their defense just kind of let them down. All right, they defensively, they couldn't get enough stops. I mean, allowing the Denver Nuggets to put up 126 points, not acceptable for this team. I mean, when you look across the board, the Denver Nuggets starters took advantage. Aaron Gordon, big night, 21 points. Jokic with 37, 8 and 6, another 37-point game. Morris, big game from Monty Morris, 24 points on 7 of 11 shooting. And then he got help from the bench. Bones Highland gave him 15 points off the bench. DeMarcus Cousins with 10 big points off the bench and 7 from JaMychal Green. So again, it was much more of an all-around effort. You see what happens when you get a little bit of help. So Jokic drops the same 37 points, but with a little bit of help, they actually got a win. Now, the problem is, because these guys are just average players that he's surrounded by, can they duplicate that against a Warrior team that's going to be much more locked in going into the next game in Golden State? That is going to be the big difference. This is what separates. This is why you can't be jumping out here saying players choked and all that craziness. Just a bad take. But a great game for the Denver Nuggets, who hold on to at least get that one win of the series. Salute to Johnny Blaze, too. Appreciate you pulling up. And then again, a lot of people keep saying the smoke or the ether for Kevin Durant. How come ain't nobody talking about Kyrie Irving? Look. And just as we say that, as soon as we talk about people who make videos and you can't tell, they jump from mountaintop to mountaintop because they go from extreme talking point to extreme talking point. Look, you got Prince Sports TV. He says, Nikola Jokic saves face against the Warriors. How does he goddamn save face by winning one game against this Warrior team that everybody knows he was going to lose to? Getting swept or losing 4-1. It's called a gentleman's sweep. You don't save face by winning one game in the playoffs. You still getting your ass kicked. But this is called having to backtrack a stupid statement, saying that Jokic choked. Now you're having to drop a new video to backtrack your talking points. Come on, man. Told y'all, man, y'all gotta stop jumping off the boat with these crazy talking points. Now you gotta make videos to cover up your other old videos because you got some stupid talking points. Come on, y'all. Hey, it's just facts, y'all. Trudy King says Marcus Smart has been outplaying Kyrie. I don't know. I mean, defensively. I mean, you're not going to just outplay Kyrie. Kyrie's a very good one-on-one player, even with Marcus Smart defending. Marcus Smart's been playing some excellent defense on him, making it extremely difficult for him to score. But I give the defensive contributions to the entire Boston Celtic team. I got to give all of that to the entire Boston Celtic team. Because, and then, a lot of people say, I forgot what stream I was on. I might have been on True's channel, and people were talking. They were like, the Nets lost 2 close games. They haven't lost by that much. That should give them hope. I said, no, they lost 2 close games, and Jason Tatum played horrible in both those games. He really didn't play half 2 good games. I said, that is the problem. I said, Boston's winning games, and their 2 best players aren't even having their best games. I said, what do you think's going to happen when these fools actually play well? You ain't going to stand a chance. And then finally, Jason Tatum explodes. 39 points on 13 of 29 shooting. Jaylen Brown in the fourth quarter of that game looked like reincarnated Michael Jordan with these little miniature guards guarding him. And he's just laughing as as Patty Mills and some of these miniature guards are trying to guard him. He's going into these ultimate ISO moves, just lighting them up from the perimeter. Jaylen Brown, 23 points. With a lot of damage in that fourth quarter, just looking unstoppable, getting into the rim. I mean, what are these Bruce Brown? And this is what I mean. You know, look, the Nets have always, everybody's surprised. The Nets are a 7 seed. I'm not surprised. This is what the Nets are doing, what 7 seeds do. Play like a 7 seed. That's all they do. And the player for this team that's surprising me the most is Peyton Pritchard. Man, when he got drafted, a lot of people was laughing. See, I had to tell True the King, hold on. This dude is kind of nice. This dude is nice. That's really a good pick. And now it's turning out that this is paying great dividends because Peyton Pritchard, I'm talking about with some ISO moves, step back threes. I mean, and he always hits these timely shots in moments of the game. Moments of the game where it seems like the Boston's haven't struggling to score or get buckets. He hits these timely threes just to keep it going. Get him through these rough patches. The player that surprised me for the Celtics is White. He's kind of surprised me. I thought he played much better offensively. But he's still out there in the rotation. And he's still pretty solid. He says Jalen killed Blake 3 sessions in a row. I know. Then you know what? You know what surprised me? You know, Blake Griffin had hit 2 threes in a row. Okay, I get it. Then KD comes down, and you can just see the passiveness in his eyes. He was like, "Fuck it, you cooking. I'm gonna go ahead and give you the ball again." You know what superstar you know is, unless you're just actually a playmaker. I'm talking about Kevin Durant is kicking the ball out to Blake Griffin in ISO situations, hoping that Blake Griffin can save him from the Boston Celtics onslaught. What kind of stuff was that? Kevin Durant kicking the ball out to Blake Griffin. Remember, he missed that third three that he shot. And he front rimmed it. I mean, he like faked the pass and shot the three. It's just like, y'all hoping that Blake Griffin, a guy that ain't played since March, is gonna save you. And salute to Sam King for pulling up, man. Grant Williams is surprising too, but I see Grant Williams. The only difference with him is he got in shape. If y'all didn't notice, Grant Williams, I think he might have. I would have to say he's probably lost 20 pounds coming into the season. But he got in shape. Now he's more mobile. He's quicker to the ball. He's quicker on the jump for the rebound, and he's quicker to the ball. But I mean, salute, man. You just gotta applaud the Celtics for how they're playing. They just locked in and they're not playing selfish at all. Salute to Natalie Farrell in the chat. Nicholas Brown, salute, man. Yeah, get them likes up, y'all. Get them likes up. I want y'all to let me know in the chat, man. What's the biggest disappointment of the playoffs so far? Biggest disappointment. Whether it's a team that didn't make it, whether it's a team that's made it and just not playing like we thought. What team is the biggest disappointment of this NBA season now that we've seen how things are unfolding in this first round of the playoffs? I heard somebody say it was the New Orleans Pelicans. I said, what? Pick and Pop. Salute to Pick and Pop, man. Longtime supporter of the show. He said Celtics doing good because they got their micro mini-me's off the team. Yes. They got the Kimbas and the Kyries and the Schroeders up out of there. Anybody that was really toxic to the locker room, they found a way to get them up out of there. He said AD not being healthy for the Lakers, man. You know what? Yeah, that is a disappointment. But even with AD not being healthy, I thought the Lakers still should have found a way to compete. You know, I don't expect them to be world beaters and be the 3 seed in the West. They just didn't compete at all this year. That was I would say for the Lakers, for me, that's my biggest disappointment of the year because I've never seen a team just kind of shell it up and give up on games so easily. The Lakers were almost playing like they took advice from 90s fans. Some of these people that come in here talk about not stat padding. If you're down 20 in the third, give the game up and sit your starters. That's what it looked like they was doing. They would shell up in the third. All right, you guys won. We're not gonna try to come back. They was just relenting, falling apart, just giving the game up too easy. They didn't care. It looked like they didn't care about winning and losing. All right, after this beat is over, man, we got a sponsored beat coming up after this beat. After this one, not this one that's playing now, but we got a sponsored beat coming up, man. So I'm gonna have to shut up and let it rock for a little bit so you guys can hear it out. But you guys spam up the chat. Biggest disappointments of the year. I got the Lakers. Huge disappointment in the Lakers. I'm highly disappointed in that team. I mean, where does the blame go? Like, where do you even toss the blame around with that team? Is it the organization? Is it the coaching staff? Is it Frank Vogel? I say Frank Vogel has it takes the least blame. And the only reason I say that is because they didn't even let him pick his own staff. He didn't even have his own guys in there. That's like getting a barber, bringing him in, and he can't bring his own equipment. You bring a barber into your shop, but you take him to Walmart and say, all right, I'm going to give you these wall clippers from Walmart. Leave all your Andy stuff at home. You can't bring that stuff into the barber shop. I'm going to take you to Walmart. All right, we going to get you these Walmart trimmers, and now I need you to fade and give everybody nice, clean fades with these Walmart gear. That's what they did to Frank Vogel. They gave Frank Vogel some BS. They didn't even let him pick his own staff, none of that. How can a coach do his thing and he only got his guys with him? So that's why I say they just fired him to try to save face, to make it seem like they're making a change. They're not. They haven't changed anything. Nothing's changed with that Laker team. You fired the guy that was least responsible for your woes. He says LeBron, AD, and Russ take the blame. I think the players take a lot of that blame. Russ called it out at the end of the year. Whether you feel he was right or wrong for kind of airing out the dirty laundry of that locker room, they have to take the blame to a certain degree. Eastside says Lakers had a chance to get Ty Lue, but wouldn't let him pick. Exactly, wouldn't let him. But see, Ty Lue's not stupid, Eastside. Ty Lue understands the importance of having your own staff in there. See, Frank Vogel was more desperate for a job. Remember, people weren't just knocking down his door saying, we need you over here. But Frank Vogel was like, well, hold on, fuck it. It's an easy check. I could just sit here and just be a coach. But they said he couldn't bring his own staff. A coach, you've handicapped him. They handicapped him. Didn't let him bring his own staff in. And this is the situation they're in now. Because I guarantee you right now, the new coach that they bring in is going to demand that he has his own staff. And see, the Lakers like having plants in the coaching staff. They like having little plants that is going to feed them information to the front office. Like they want to have that one assistant that's always going to be telling them what the coaches and players are saying. So that's why I think they wanted that control, so they could kind of get some idea of what LeBron might want to do with this extension. Did little sneaky stuff like that. This is when organizations try to tell you you can't bring in your own staff. That's generally one of the reasons why. They want to put their little plant people in. That's going to report back to them. Crazy, stupid stuff like that. Just pettiness. So I think it has to start. I believe it starts with Jeannie Buss. And then it trickles down to LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Russell Westbrook. But Frank Vogel is the last person I'm sitting there blaming. This man is trying every lineup. I'm not talking about, and he don't got much to choose from. Wenyen Gabriel, Kent Bazemore, Wayne Ellington. I mean, you trying certain combinations, right? You got to, when you put Wayne Ellington in, you got to try to throw some defense behind him because you know he's going to get blown by. So you might want to start Dwight Howard with him because guys are going to be flying to the rim. But then Dwight starts getting in foul trouble. I mean, then you try Carmelo because you need offense. But then guys are just walking around Carmelo Anthony, especially on the post, just scoring layups after layup after layup. And then sometimes he'll go on these cold streaks where he can't make a shot him damn self. Then you try and DJ Augustine late in the year. This miniature guard looks nice when he gets to the rim, but as soon as he gets to the rim, these forwards and centers are just smacking his layups off the backboard, going the other way. They have the trade offer of a lifetime. All they have to do is give up some futuristic draft pick that they're not going to use anyway. They could have went and got a John Wall and a Christian Wood. At worst, that would have gave the impression that they're trying to do something. And you get off the bat Russell Westbrook contract, but they still don't pull the trigger because they want to hold on to this draft pick that they don't draft well anyway. And they have the draft picks they owe to other people. Now they want to hold on to these far and away draft picks. They should have known that they were going to have to sacrifice draft picks when they signed LeBron James. This is what they should have known. You're going to have to play every year like you're trying to win a chip. You got to sacrifice everything to fill out your bench. They should have been playing for this. Purple Orca 40 says, as an OKC fan, I'll say it. Russ don't fit, especially with his age and money. Yeah, Russ don't fit. Now when we see that. But now every team in the NBA understands that it's going to only do the Lakers a favor to trade for Russ. If you trade with the Lakers for Russ, you're doing them a favor. So now you can ask for the house. You can ask for the farm. So now when you trade Russ, teams might say, well, you're going to need to pair that up with THT. I need both of them and a draft pick. Probably both the draft picks that you guys can trade. That's what's going to start happening. Now they're just going to start, teams are just going to start cleaning them out now just to pull off a simple trade. Facts, Cancun. Yeah, LeBron's over here having to go God mode. LeBron's out here going God mode against the OKC Thunder. JR says, you're gonna do, yes, I'm gonna be doing a live stream talking about the first round. Yes, I will. Open the panel back up. Prince Legend says the Lakers should get Kwame Brown, the GOAT. Hey, you know what though? But the way they was looking, shit, you might as well have tried it. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried it. Second half has started. Heat versus Hawks, 55-44. Can the Hawks bounce back? Can the Hawks bounce back? They had the lead early. Undisciplined basketball, chucking up a lot of threes, led to a Miami Heat run. Miami Heat closed out the second quarter on a massive run to take the lead by 14. They're up 13 right now, 57-44. Do the Hawks let this game get away from them? Do they blow a massive opportunity? He says, where do you think they trade Westbrook? Rhonda Don. If I'm being completely honest, I don't think they pull off a Westbrook trade. I think they're stuck with Westbrook until at least the All-Star break next year. See, the Lakers are so used to getting trades that are only to their advantage that they're looking at some of these trades as if they're too good to take these trades. Lakers don't know how to accept the L on a trade. They don't know how to take the L for the short term because it helps them. So it's called addition by subtraction. Getting rid of Russ, yes, you're not going to get equal value for him. You're probably going to have to actually give up some resources just to get his contract off your books. Addition by subtraction because you made poor moves. They are stuck. Exactly, Purple Orca. They are stuck with Russ. I mean, like, if I'm the Pacers, I'm really thinking I'm doing you fools a favor to take Russ. I'm getting everything. I need Russ. I need THT, and I need both them draft picks. Alive Inside says they should release him. He's a bum. You can't release him, though, because he's still an asset. You have to find a way to get something for him. And at worst, you need him on the court playing, because if you release him, Alive Inside, if you release him, his money still counts against your cap, so you're still paying him. So why would they release him, still have his money on the cap, so you can't bring any help? All you then stuck with is having to play Wayne Ellington permanently. Brother BKL says the moment disappointed me was the Lakers. He says they been trade players and benches to get Westbrook. That's a problem when they traded a few players and more benches to get. I don't know. You might have to retype that. I'm not understanding what you're saying. Would I trade AD? No, I'm not trading AD. I wouldn't trade AD either. I can't. But the thing is, you trade AD. What realistically? Okay, so I'm gonna ask you this. Realistically, tell me what trade makes sense to trade AD for. Just tell me the realistic trade that's gonna put them on the right track. And there's only a handful of teams willing to trade for him. Like, tell me a realistic trade. I don't see any realistic trades. Because you're not going to get better than AD at the 4 spot. You're not going to get much better. Tackable says LeBron, AD, and Kyrie going to the finals. Yeah, but how did they get Kyrie? You're talking about a Kyrie Irving that's already committed to signing an extension. He's going to re-sign. Not going to be able to trade him. No, Prince Legend, I wouldn't have been able to help the Lakers. I hate toxic teams and toxic locker rooms. That Laker team got toxic fast. We got this Atlanta Hawks game. John Collins with 8 points. He's rolling on 4 fouls, though. He can't get no more fouls. Can the Hawks get back into this game after they've blown a big lead? Kyrie ain't getting more than 2 years. Yeah, I don't know what Kyrie's getting. I just know he's committed to staying with the Nets. I just don't like talking about players where I know they're not going anywhere. Like, that's called, like, pipe dream trades is not really gonna cut it right now. You guys, I want no, and really not too many people. I haven't got too many people's thoughts on the Bucks and Bulls game. What happened? I mean, Giannis only 32. I mean, 32 points is pretty good because he had 32 and 17. Much different from his last game where they both were still blowouts, but I think he only dropped like 16 or 18 in his last game, but they were both blowouts. Holiday is stepping up big in the absence of Chris Middleton, 26 points on 10 to 21 shooting. Obviously, I know Bobby Portis would step up, 14 points. And they got a big game from Grayson Allen off the bench, who dropped 27 points, 6 to 7 from the 3. Only missed 2 shots on the night, 10 to 12 from the floor. On the Bulls, on the flip side of that, you get 20 from Patrick Williams, 23 from DeMar DeRozan on 8 of 20 shooting, and 24 points from Zach LaVine on 8 of 18 shooting, and only 11 from Vucevic on 5 of 14 shooting. And they absolutely got little to no bench production. 8 points. 8 points from Ayo and 5 points. 5 points from Jones coming off the bench. Outside of that, they really didn't get much help. What's wrong? What's wrong with the Chicago Bull team? Do you think Kyrie should get the max from the Nets? Yeah, Kyrie should get the max. They better offer him a lot of money. They can't afford to let him go for free. They don't have no choice. $60 to 52. Looking like we in a close game right here. About to pull the game up, man. We got to follow that a little bit tighter. What time we got? The light 3-5-4 says Kyrie definitely don't deserve the max. But hey, look, y'all, it's not about what these players actually, what you think they deserve. It's about the Nets aren't in a position to offer him a low contract, and he just walks away, and you get nothing for him. They're not in a position to do that, because if the Nets don't offer him the max, it's a lot of teams under the salary cap that will offer him the max. So by that particular definition, he's definitely worth the max. Because if the Nets don't offer it to him, some other team that's far below the cap is going to come through and scoop him up for the max. He says, Lamont, are you surprised by the Timberwolves? Do you think they could take the... we'll round it down. I think they took a major step this year just by getting into the playoffs. I'm not surprised. I mean, they got 3 guys that really, essentially, to me, are all stars. I mean, D'Angelo Russell's, he's the one that's really kind of taking a backseat role in this team. But Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns, that's an elite big 3. Anthony Edwards is young, still making young player mistakes, but he's still a great player. King Charles says, how can you trust Kyrie? I mean, it's not about how can you trust Kyrie. It's just what other options do they have? You don't have many options. Like, there are no other options for the Nets other than keeping Kyrie. Good guards are not just walking around the league unsigned. These guys are locked up under contracts. Uncle P, she says Stephen A. Smith saying that he's talented. It's not truthful. The man hates him. I don't know, Natalie. You can't. I mean, just because he's criticized Kyrie doesn't mean he hates him. I don't believe he hates Kyrie at all, even though he's criticized him a lot. But on the same thing, he's actually big up him and came to his defense a lot as well. Nobody talks about it though. Purple Orga says, what about Steve Nash? He's on the hot seat, you think? It depends on what you want to blame if you're the organization. I don't know. LaMarcus Aldridge, hasn't played much. I mean, I want y'all to think about it. As well as Blake Griffin played, imagine if he would have started that last game and played from start to finish. It's not playing these limited reserve role minutes. Blake Griffin almost single-handedly as a reserve came in and changed the dynamic of that game. Imagine if he starts. Imagine if he plays LaMarcus Aldridge. These players are just wasting away on the bench. Starcream says, paying Kyrie $50 million is almost bad as paying Westbrook $47 million. Okay, but letting the player walk away for free is just as bad. Can't afford to let these guys go for free, man. I mean, even if you sign them with the plan to potentially trade them later, you got to keep them on your books. I don't know, Natalie. I don't believe he hates him. He says Kyrie on father had a back and forth with Stephen A. Smith. It's hate, in my opinion. It could be. I don't see it. Skip Bayless loves to hate LeBron so much. Even in other topics, he brings him up for no reason. Made a career of hating on LeBron. He does. That is true. But hating and then with just pure hate for a player, I think it's two different things. And those are kind of defined differently. And once again, I appreciate you guys pulling up to the stream, man. Appreciate you guys pulling up to the stream. If possible, make sure you guys support the channel, man. Hit the Cash App to support, man. Cash App is in the chat. Support FYF Sports, and don't hesitate to make sure you also make sure you all tune in to our second channel, Whatever Happened to the News TV. We're gonna be dropping a lot of episodes this week, so make sure you follow us there. And then if you haven't done so already, and I'll be dropping that link here, I'm gonna have to let me pull it up. But we got our podcast show on Spotify. Different articles, different takes, completely different shows, different format. But we are definitely over there on Spotify. All right, so man, make sure you guys go follow us and give us a few spins on Spotify. We need those downloads. I'm gonna drop that link in the chat as well. $67-52. The Heat look like they got full control of this game. What do you do if you're the Hawks GM or ownership? Do you blow it up? Is it time for Trae Young to go? Can you win with a miniature guard like that? Who's your team's best scorer? Myron25 says Atlanta is finished. I have to agree to a certain degree. They are. Don't think they can beat this Heat team. As they go down 17 with 5 minutes to go in the third. 69-54 on the recent bucket. Trae Young is not that good. Trade Young? Are you saying trade him? Tackable Pond says Natalie Karen role player Durant thought he was on Bron level. I just hope after watching how much Kevin Durant and Kyrie are struggling, that a lot of people start to give Steph Curry a lot more respect than what y'all giving him. I have no problem with saying once Steph Curry retires, it's going to be extremely hard to keep him out of the top 15 all time. He could potentially land if he wins another chip, and let's say he gets a Finals MVP. That's a top 10 all-time career. Rondon says, do I believe they will trade Zion? No, I do not believe they will trade Zion because you will not be able to get equal value for him. Remember, he's still on his rookie deal. Right? Even if you do a sign and trade, you're not going to get max value for him. On top of the fact that he's lost a lot of trade value because of the injuries. All that combined just equates to an untradeable asset. You just have to re-sign him. Make sure you work things out. And plus, look, what's the point of trading him? I mean, the team is looking really good without him. I mean, imagine how this team looks and he's on the floor. I mean, look, they're fine right now.
Just different.
They just need to find a way to make it work. Sponsor beat coming up, man. You guys check this beat out. Let me know if this beat's a W or L, man. Free 313 says he's going to trade Zion for a lottery pick. Okay, but the thing is, you can't just trade him for a lottery pick. You're going to have to bring bodies back because you got to make the money work. And why would you trade him for a lottery pick? And a lottery pick is an unknown, and you would give away a product. At least you know what you're getting with Zion. I'm not trading Zion for something that's unknown. A draft pick is unknown. So I don't believe that works at all. Not if you're a Pelican team looking to improve and really compete next year. And I agree, Natalie. I think Brandon Ingram is fully woke now. Something that CJ McCollum brought over from Portland has woke this team up. I thought them losing Josh Hart was really going to hurt, but they're still hitting on all strides. And they look like a team that's just missing Zion. That's all they're missing. They look like the only thing they're missing is Zion. Free 313 says Zion is unknown, missing 80% of his games. Yeah, that's true. And I'm still not giving up on him. I mean, for a player when healthy is averaging 27 points per game, come on, man. I'm not trading that. He said, if you want to compete, and adding some pieces. You don't add pieces in this league. You need to add real legitimate players to win in this league. See, because the Nets, look at the Nets. The Nets thought they could surround that team with pieces. They brought in the Bruce Browns. I mean, they surrounded that team with pieces, and look where they at now. They down 3-0 with 2 superstars on their team with a whole bunch of pieces. You need real players. As we get to another sponsored beat, you guys, soulful sounding beat. This was on the last track set that we did on the last stream. Paul George, #1 fan, says, what are your predictions for the first round? I mean, my predictions for the first round, I'll tell you what they were before any game started. I obviously had the Warriors winning. Had them beating the Denver Nuggets. I had the Bucks beating the Bulls. I had the Celtics beating the Nets. I didn't think it would be this bad, but I had them winning. I mean, just basically everything that you see that's going on now, these are the teams I predicted. And I said that Minnesota could potentially upset Memphis. And that's starting to even unfold. Because like I said, I believe they should be up 3-1 right now. Khalil, I like that beat too. Khalil, I said the other day, I think Rick Ross is one of the most underrated rappers. Underappreciated, I should say. The lyricist like no other, man. He don't get enough respect. Blew that 24-point lead. Hey, Live Inside, man. That's what that podcast episode is about, man. It's just a 20-minute episode, daily commute show, man. Something you can listen to if you're going to and from work, man. You want to click that link, listen to it, follow our Spotify podcast. Just 20-minute quick hit pieces. Gonna help you, man. If you sitting in your break room, you've been working hard in the factory all day, people been yelling at you, man. You want to tune into that podcast, man. You gonna go get back to work, man, and this is just reinvigorated. Don't even know why. And subscribe to the FYF Sports on Spotify. We also on Amazon Music. We also on Audible. We on Google Podcasts. We on Anchor. We on FM radio, everywhere, man. Told you we're gonna force our way in the door. What we trying to do here at FYF Sports, man? As the Miami Heat go up 72-56, 3 minutes left in the third quarter. It's not looking like this is a game that the Hawks can bounce back from. I think their undisciplined nature is going to eventually catch up with them. And they're going to find themselves bounced out of the playoffs. John Collins, 4 fouls in the first half. They really don't have too much of an inside presence. So without him, it just makes it tougher.
It's just different.
Myron, no, I'm not on Apple just yet. I'll be on Apple this week. I will be on Apple this week, Myron. So again, you should easily be able to just just type in FYF Sports eventually. We're on Apple Music, and you should be able to find our podcast. But for right now, we're on Spotify. We're on Audible. We're on Amazon. We're on Samsung Podcast. We're on Google Podcasts, Anchor, Stitcher. We're on all those. Ziga said he must play fantasy sports. He said, I got to stop picking Trae Young over 3 threes. I know. For as good as a three-point shooter as he is, I think this team has confused his role. And I don't even think Trae Young understands his role. Is he a facilitator, or do they need him to be an all-out scorer? I don't know, man. As you think about that right there, that's a really good question. It looked like Paul George said, that's a good question, just kind of sitting private. As we listen to another sponsored beat. King Charles, man, I appreciate that, man. It's always just about working and trying to find ways to make the show better. I mean, it's eventually going to catch on. So the right person sees it, push you on the map. That's all it takes. We just got to keep putting in the work. So it's just about finding new ways to make better content. And see, I like these shows right here. More casual, more calm. Don't have a panel full of people yelling and all. I feel like the open panels are for certain debate topics, but it's much more harder to control the direction of the conversation. I think when we do it like this, allow you guys to cook in the chat, man. We stay on topic. We stay locked in. And this is, the conversations don't go into talking about LeBron and Jordan all the time. We stay locked in over here on FYF tonight. He says PJ Tucker's having a night. 5 or 6 from the field, 14 points. Yes, sir. And Zigga, this is what we talked about on the last stream. What did we say? On that last stream, we said teams with a lot of depth. Look, if one guy don't got it, you got another guy on the bench that can bring it. And when you look at the teams that are having the most success in the league, like, you got to think, the Miami Heat haven't even let Victor Oladipo loose. And Victor Oladipo in the last game of the regular season dropped 40 points against the Orlando Magic. So we know he still has a little game in him. They haven't even utilized him yet. And I appreciate that, King Charles, man. Anthony Williams, man, salute. I'm glad you like the beat, man. Again, these are all sponsored beats made by who? Subscribers of this channel, man. Y'all seen a lot of the work that subscribers from this channel put in, as far as like funny edits, diss tracks, all this stuff, man. Y'all are some highly talented. So this is a collaboration, a collection of all the beats that you guys have sent over the last 6 months, and now we just about to showcase it. Fact 60 is that everything always goes back to the GOAT debate. Well, look, man, it's playoff time now. LeBron ain't even in the playoffs. We shouldn't even be talking about that, man. I mean, they got to figure out what they're going to do with Kent Bazemore before we start talking about him again. As we rock out to another sponsored beat. 77-60. PJ Tucker, like we said earlier, 14 points, 8 rebounds. Actually, there has been an Oladipo sighting this game. Oladipo with 2 points, 1 of 5 from the field. And I assume he's picking up those minutes because Lowry is out. But definitely Oladipo sighting, man. He's on the court right now. Tyler Hero been disappointing this series. Even though they've been fired, they've been fine. Paul George says, "Hey Weezy, it came with the bang." Yeah, Kid Nix, I think his name. Yeah, he put together a crazy track for Bang. That was just solid right there. We go to the Hawks stats. Trae Young, 3 of 10 from the field, 3 of 9 from the 3-point line, 9 points on the night. Quiet game. And this is why I keep telling y'all. This is why Trae Young won't be rated. This is why he's never seriously looked at as a consistent superstar level player, because he's too inconsistent. He have a night where he dropped 40 and 10, then he comes out the next night and he can shell up because of his size. Teams can strategize against that, kind of nullify what he does best, and now he's struggling. 3 of 10 from the field, 9 points in a playoff game. Another sponsored beat here. We starting to get to the core of the sponsored beats, man, so I'm going to start letting these beats ride out a little bit more. And look, as these beats play, don't hesitate. If y'all hear a beat that's trash, please say so. You only going to help the beat makers, right? If a beat is missing something, if it don't sound like it's going to work or be catchy, say something immediately so he can take that out of his catalog. Maybe retune it, refine it, and make it better. Who do you guys got tonight, Suns or Pelicans? Can the Pelicans surprise us again? And can the Suns just hold on long enough till Devin Booker comes back from this hamstring injury? I mean, the hamstring curse is real. Kyle Lowry with the hamstring. Luka Doncic with the calf strain. I mean, even Chris Paul has a history of being plagued with the hamstring injuries. Bam Adebayo was dealing with the same injury early in the playoffs. Anthony Williams says he got the Suns. LaCan says he got the Pels. Renegade says he's got the Pels. Brandon Cooler with the Pels, man. A lot of people, some Pelicans fans. Look, y'all, NBA.com, only 25% of the people picked the Pelicans. Look, if you picked the Pelicans and you honestly believe it, you need to head over to FanDuel Sportsbook right now. And you need to drop $10, $20 on the Pelicans tonight, because they are definitely the underdogs. There's some money to be made right there if you really confident in that pick. Dre God, he says our three-point shooting has been awful for like a month. Payne has been bad all year, and Crowder needs to be benched. Yeah, Crowder's been bad. I think that's why they went and got Torrey Craig. Payne, since he got that contract, he hasn't been the same. Zigga, you must got a solid parlay going. You said you need 4 more points from Bam. 1 from Herder. You need Herder to hit a 3. Oh, you got a 6-leg parlay. Zigga, what's the biggest parlay you hit? I hit a pretty good parlay in the Super Bowl, and OBJ got it for me with the touchdown. I hit a pretty good set parlay, but the parlays is you got to be nice with the parlays because all it takes is for one of them to go wrong. Another sponsor beat coming up. Sounds like it got a little old school kick to it. I'm kind of liking this one though. Yeah, guys, let me know what you think about this. FYF Sports, man. I told y'all not too many people really gonna be doing the lives like this, man. Giving y'all opportunity to showcase y'all skills. As this beat drops, it's a sponsored beat. One of the subs sent it. You guys let me know if you like it. Hey, look, as y'all are talking about the parlays, the good thing about the parlays, the great thing about the parlays is you don't have to put up much money to win big. I mean, if you can go ridiculous with the parlays. If you honestly believe in it, you can put $1 or $2 on it. And you might turn that into $1,000, $2,000 if it's the right parlay. Right, Brandon Cooler, this beat is fire. Salute to Tricky Nicky, man. Appreciate you pulling up. Unfortunately, Tricky Nicky, no links on this string, though. We just cooking, man. We just standing in chat, man, so we can stay locked in. I'm going to be doing another live this week where we open the panel back up. This is just the scoreboard right here. We're talking about the fantasy numbers. We're talking about these games. We're talking about player expectations. KD's getting called a choker. Jokic's getting called a choker. People still scared to give Kyrie Irving the flames that he deserves. Yeah, that beat was nice, Prince Legend. I ain't gonna lie. We might have to run that one back. If y'all want me to run that last beat back, let me know. That's the first beat I heard all day where I'm like, I might have to run that back. Hold on. We might have one right here. And these beats were made, these last two beats were made by the same person. Yeah, whoever made this beat, you know he know what he doing, man. The beat dropped and everything. Sound like a Nas track. That's what King Charles said. Hey, there's a lot of rappers I'll be wanting to hear on these beats. I really want to see Jay come back out with some fire, but not this new age stuff he been doing. Yeah, Heat up 20, 85 to 65. DeAndre Hunter, he's trying his best to keep him alive with his offense and defense. But John Collins and Trae Young combined with 18 points, combined between the two, 3 rebounds, combined between the two, 6 assists. That ain't gonna cut it in the playoffs. Did y'all just hear what he did with the beat, though? I think everybody might have missed what he just did with the beat. I might have to run that one part back. Did y'all hear what he did with it? Khalil said a Dipset beat. Hey, Khalil, look, I know we joke about Dipset and Cameron and them a lot, but when they was at their peak, you can't tell me that them beats didn't slap. And they was like, I'm talking about, they was putting out some of the most fire music. The Dipset symphonies and the anthems and all that. Come on, man. Good fantasy question on the screen. Will DeAndre Ayton score more than 20 points? What do y'all think? If you believe, I believe he's under 20 points. You guys should make that bet. So you can parlay that with Chris Paul assist. I think Chris Paul goes over 10 assists. Parlay them two together. He said, let's hear a yeet beat. I don't know what that is. If Zigga, yeah. Dipset in like 03. Yeah. Appreciate y'all hopping in the chat, showing support for the stream tonight, man. We're going to drop these links in the chat once again because we're not going to be live much longer. Shorter stream tonight, but we just had to come in and cook on all these things. Wanted to get everybody's thoughts on the Celtics, on the Nets, right? Obviously, the Celtics, would you guys agree Celtics are the biggest surprise? I thought the Celtics would beat the Nets. I didn't think I would see them up 3-0 against this Net team, just completely dismantling any hopes that they have of winning. Just completely dismantling. As we let the beat ride, man, I'm going to drop these links in the chat. Another sponsor beat. I want you guys to let me know what you think about this beat as well.
Hey, run that shit up, Trace.
Definitely a sample another song, but I like the mix. Prince Legend, the answer to your question is no. KD and the Nets cannot win this series. Again, this Celtic team, I think their problem has been focus. This is the most focused that I've seen them play ever. And when you add a level of focus that they have, when you add that level of focus to the type of talent that they have, when they're playing defense first and worrying about offense second, when they're playing so unselfish that they're seeking out the mismatches and they're allowing you to cook if you got the mismatch. I mean, when I saw them go to Peyton Pritchard because they knew he had the mismatch, and this man is out here crossing people beyond the three-point line, smacking step back threes with confidence. Jaylen Brown's literally laughing at Patty Mills and Bruce Brown because these is tiny miniature defenders can't guard him. Jason Tatum, 39 points, just doing Jason Tatum things. Al Horford coming in, knocking down big-time clutch threes. Robert Williams just comes back like he didn't have any injuries at all, blocking shots, catching lobs. Nothing you can do. Nothing you can do when you got a level of veteran leadership on that team that's not going to allow them to break down and lose focus. Daniel Tice is coming in playing solid defense. They playing physical defense. Defense so physical that now you got 90s fans running around crying about the level of physicality. It's too physical. They holding them. They just crying for the man. No, defense is that's just how defense is. Natalie says it's just about matchups. This was just a horrible matchup for the Nets, yeah. But the Celtics would have been a horrible matchup for anybody because they locked in defensively.
Run that shit up, Trace.
Tatum is the 5th assist leader in the hey, and that's scary right there because he's a score first type of player. He's not a pass first type of player. So the fact that he's willing to move the ball, willing to get others involved, not settle for the contested shots. Remember, the Celtics had a bad reputation over the last couple of years of taking highly contested, bad shots at the end of the shot clocks. Like what they did to win that first game against the Nets, being extremely patient, finding the best shot even down to the last second, that's not something that they would have been able to do a couple years ago. Brown would have took a bad shot. Marcus Smart would have took a bad shot. They played it through. They got the best shot. They win the game. You just got to give them props. Give the Celtics props. As opposed to running around saying that KD's choking, because KD's not choking. KD's not choking to me because I never predicted them to win this series anyway. How can you choke in a series that I never thought you had a chance to win? I forecasted the loss. Did the Heat win? The Heat are winning. They're up 21 right now on the Hawks. As we let another beat ride, another sponsored beat. This was a little more fast-paced, but I don't mind it. A lot of talented engineers out there creating these beats, man. Salute to everybody that's putting in the work, sending these beats in to FYO Sports. Yeah, you know what? Alive Inside, I do agree he is rattled because we haven't seen a defense do what the Celtics are doing to him. Because I think the Nets went into this series planning that Marcus Smart was going to be taking on the assignment of guarding Kevin Durant. They didn't think. I don't think nobody believed. I don't think nobody believed that Jason Tatum was going to take the mantle of defending this man as the primary defender. And then the second primary defender is going to be Al Horford. And then Jaylen Brown's there when those two can't be there. They're putting big body, size, and length on him. He's got to put the ball on the floor, and he has to be a masterful scorer off the dribble. And that is his weakness. Natalie, it's just too many bad takes. People just coming around because here's the crazy thing, Natalie. As soon as KD comes out next year and drops another 50-point game, they're going to be talking about he's the best player in the league again. This is how it sways. They're going to blow it to win. KD is playing like he's overthinking. It's just exactly how he's playing.
Hey, get that bag, Toretto.
He says, salute. If this was Bron, the criticism would be endless. You would never hear the end of it. That's fact, Dontrez Smith. I really appreciate it. Supporting this channel and supporting our other channel. We are over 1,000 subs. That channel will be monetized soon. We're going to be dropping a lot more content over there. Whatever happened to the news TV, if you haven't checked it out, make sure you check it out. Give me a second to fix my camera, y'all. I apologize. Facts. Hit that like button. Smash that like. Jeremy Washington says KD is not held to the same standard as LeBron. Well, I think Kyrie isn't either. There's just so many players that just go left untouched. Yeah, likes are free, y'all. Smash the like. I know this was a surprise stream. I didn't give you guys much notice that I was going live. Just got a lot going on this weekend. Really trying to plan out how I'm going to manage these 3 platforms. We got Spotify. We got the small podcast. We got Whatever Happened to the News TV. And we still got FYF Sports, where we need to drop ether over here all the time. More the reason why you need to hit the cash app to support this channel, man. Ain't nobody else doing it that way, man. We hitting y'all from all angles, man. Dropping content all over the place. Tricky Nicky said I could fall asleep to this music, man. Facts, man. Hey, y'all. Hey, that's all credit to the people who creates these beats, man. Sometimes I be wanting to hear the beats. I don't want to hear the nonsense that you're talking about. So many people start rapping on the beat, just completely mess the vibe up. Jeremy Washington said, I know it's because people expect less from other players than LeBron. That's facts. The fact that they cry and compare so many things to LeBron just tells you that even the haters understand his greatness. Like when you got whole complete channels dedicated to hating on LeBron James, that just tells you about his greatness. Skip Bayless is known as a LeBron James hater. That tells you about his greatness. When people kind of dedicate their careers to something, KD looks malnourished. I ain't gonna go that far. He just looks like he's getting defended very well. And the Boston Celtics are executing. Let's give him credit, man. Let's give him credit. What I'm saying now with the Celtics, just give him credit now. Just give him credit now. Let's not wait till next year when we're able to see other people do real breakdowns on it. How about we just give the Celtics real credit now for showing up and playing like a 2 seed against the 7 seed. And this game is for surely over, 98-74. 4:16 left in the game. The Atlanta Hawks have completed the meltdown. But I got a video coming this week soon, though, because I think that Memphis-Minnesota game, easily one of the biggest collapses in playoff history. Easily one of the biggest collapses in playoff history. But we got to do a film study on that. Hey, Tricky, so with all the beats, when the video is over, I'm going to update the description of the video, and I'm going to put the names of every beat and links to them all where you can find them. Paul George, #1 fan, said Hawks in 7. Now, I doubt it. Said, thanks, Natalie. You always cheer me up. Hold on. Why you down in the first place? What is you down for? I mean, I know action ain't cutting up on you. Is action cutting up on you? Do we need to call him out for stepping out? The Alpha says he's not choking. What does that even mean? I'm sorry. This is a choke. He says, I'm sorry, this is a choke job by KD. I don't care what defense he's facing. Why? Oh, okay. So when Jordan lost to the Pistons all those times, I guess that was a choke job. Was that a choke job? Even though it was elite defense, it was a choke job, right? As opposed to calling great players choke jobs, because the problem is, sometime next year when he drops 50 on your favorite player, you're going to be reverting your statement back. How about you just give defense credit to the defense? Live says, would the Nets have fared better with Harden? At least he could have facilitated. No, they wouldn't have fared better with Harden because Harden was already mentally checked out. There was something going on internally that we don't really know the full details on that had Harden completely checked out. That's the problem. He was checked out mentally. And we saw what happens when he checks out mentally. It just doesn't go well. Jeremy Washington said, man, don't turn it to what are you talking about, relationship show? Oh, you talking about the love triangle that Tiffany Nin has going on with Action Jackson. I don't know, man. I don't know. Hey, but y'all, we're gonna go ahead and wrap this show up. I'm gonna keep the scoreboard going. I will be keeping the scoreboard going. So again, the beats, the music from all the subscribers is still gonna be playing. But I'm gonna have to, go ahead and take off real quick. I got to prepare some other episodes for whatever happened to the news TV. So the scoreboard will still be going. We got another game tonight. I'll probably be back tonight to do a little bit of coverage on that game. Pelicans versus Suns. It's going to be a really, really good game. I believe that this Pelicans team, a team that I did not believe could be competitive, they've found a way. Don't know how, but they found a way to be competitive. Oh, man. You just got to give them their appreciation. Dontre Smith says, where would you rank KD if he and Kyrie get swept? Where would you put him on the list? It's not, but I don't move people up and down if they get swept. You know, losing in basketball, losing is a part of the game. You know, I can't look at literally every loss of a player and start moving them up and down based on every single playoff loss. I mean, really with these players, we judge you on the amount of successes that you have at the end of your career. When did we start judging players based on the amount of failures? Because every player has failures, and the longer you play, the more failures you're going to have. Players in the end are judged on what success is. So you can call a success winning an MVP, winning a finals MVP, defensive player of the year, making all NBA first team, all defensive first team, right? Winning championships. These are the successes. I think we spend so much time trying to compare this player's losses to this player's losses that you completely forget about what that player did to make them great. This is what's happened with a player like LeBron James. People just run around talking about his failures, forgetting that players like Jordan, Kareem, Magic, Bird all had massive failures in their career, and wasn't nobody, every time they lost a playoff series, wasn't nobody running around saying, did he drop on my list at this time? Let's just wait till their careers are over with, see what they've been able to amass with regards to greatness. Statistically, we can look at the stats, we can look at the accolades, we can look at the analytics, and then we can make our judgments then. Let's not count failures. Like when Steph Curry had those 2 down years in Golden State, due to injuries, I didn't move him up or down based on that. That just happens. And he still is back in the opportunity now where he can win again. That don't move him up or down. Wherever KD don't even have a place right now. His career's still going on. KD could very well end his career winning 3 chips in a row and just say I'm out and retire. So let's just hold off. Just talking ish says 6-0 versus 4-6. And again, you're matching losses for losses, because the only thing that happens when you invite that into the conversation, just talking, is I'm going to talk about Bill Russell and his 11 championships. And then you guys are going to fall into that bad narrative of saying the competition was bad. That's what's going to happen. You're going to cry about the competition. Say, oh, but you don't know the competition. And you didn't watch the games. And then we'll have to go into that conversation, a conversation y'all not really willing to have. So let's just talk about the successes of these players. What are the things that make them great? Like, what made KD great? What made KD great enough to where you're actually talking about him right now? Is he a choker? Is he not clutch? Because he looked clutch to me back-to-back years in the NBA Finals. He's splashing three-pointers to seal the game against LeBron James. Kyrie Irving, are we running around saying he's not clutch when he hit one of the biggest shots in NBA Finals history? Uncle P said Spoelstra needs to shave. He probably made some bet with his team that he can't shave until they win or something. Kyrie killed another team. That's what Yin Yang says. He's a team destroyer. And you know what? That's another fair assessment. Is because James Harden saw some of those antics and wanted out. Paul George, #1 fan, says stats are facts. Paul George, #1 fan. I know that's been a popular saying as of late, but it is not true. Stats are not facts. Always. Steph Curry led the league in steals. That does not mean Steph Curry's the best defensive player in the league. Allen Iverson led the league in steals, but nobody considered Allen Iverson a great defensive player. Robert Parrish has more all-time rebounds than Dennis Rodman, but Dennis Rodman and Bill Russell are going to arguably go down as some of the best rebounders of all time, not a Robert Parrish. Stats can tell you a different story. They can paint a false narrative. So stats are facts. It's not true, unfortunately. I know Weezy Bang made that popular, but it's not true. If stats are facts, then it's okay to say Steph Curry's a great defender. If stats are facts, it's okay to say Allen Iverson is a great defender. If stats are facts, then because Allen Iverson has more steals all time than Ron Artest and Kobe, then I can say Allen Iverson is a better defensive player than Ron Artest and Kobe Bryant. Since stats are facts, if stats are facts, if that's true, because if we go off the logic that stats are facts, then what I just said is true. Because Allen Iverson has more steals all time than Kobe and Ron Artest. So, because stats are facts, Allen Iverson is a far superior defender than both those guys. Stats are facts, right? Come on, y'all. This is FYF Sports, man. Don't jump into the frying pan. Come on, don't jump into the frying pan. Don't do that. But salute to Weezy Bang, man. That's his saying. I didn't mean to shit all over it like that, but stats are not facts. And just talking this, the same thing does go for Bron's stats. If you can contextualize them, just the way I did. I just don't think you even understand his stats to do that. But see, just talking this, when we open these live panels up and we had these live debates, it's been a lot of people that came up here and then went home sad. Or they got turned into spoof videos with bad takes, man. Don't do that. Just talking ish. Don't come up here and get ethered and then just use your name as your excuse and say, I was just talking ish. Oh, man, the max ether can get anybody. He did say that they were great defenders, but the fact that they led the league in steals, you can add context to it. It's still a fact. No, it's a fact. But Steph Curry is not a great defender. That's a fact. Allen Iverson was never considered a good, great, or even average defender. He was always a below average defender. But he led the league in steals. Those are facts. Leading the league in steals. Steals is a defensive category. Just because you amass steals doesn't mean you're a good defender. LMM said, I just ended Bang career. No, I didn't, man. Salute to Bang, man. Stats are facts, man. Make sure y'all go copy gear. Just got to understand. that not all slogans are true. Not all slogans are true, unfortunately, man. Zigga, facts. Who's saying Steph is a good defender? Nobody's saying Steph is a good defender. Even when he led the league in steals, they weren't talking about him being a great defender, good defender, or even average defender. The best thing that you can say about Steph on defense is that he gives effort. That's it. He gives effort, and he's not going to kill you because he's not trying. That's the thing. So that's why Steph is still a positive on the defensive end to a certain degree, because he's still out there giving effort. And he's going to put up just the additional resistance that you need to help guys like Draymond and the elite defenders on the floor rotate and recover so they can still maintain a level of greatness on the defensive end. But again, salute to everybody, man. I appreciate y'all. Man, like I said, I'm going to keep the scoreboard going. I'm going to have to step away for a quick second. I will be back during the Suns game. So again, tune back in. I'm gonna keep the beats going. We're gonna keep the beats going. We're gonna allow this to keep riding out, man. Again, salute to all. Salute to all of the content creators, or even beat makers, engineers, everybody that sent us tracks for the show, man. Appreciate everybody that did that. Nicholas Brown is right, man. Like, comment, subscribe, man. Share the video. That's big as well. A lot of people forget you can share these videos. Share the videos. Paul George, he said, "Hey, Weezy, it came with a bang," and that salute, man. That diss track is gonna be etched in history. Etched in history. Man, Kid Nix just dropped a bomb on Mookie. I've been trying to get a hold of Mookie too, man. He owes me $40, man, for a bad bet. Is that gonna be the first time I ever get paid? Paul George, number one fan, said stats are facts, period. I mean, hey, Paul George, number one fan, is going to ride that wave until it's over with. Salute, man. Hey, I appreciate the diligence. Blade Wilson, man, salute, man. I appreciate it. New sub. I appreciate it. That's what it's here for. And we will be, look, y'all, I know some of y'all disappointed that I didn't open the live panel up. We will be opening the panel up soon when we have our playoff discussion, just kind of discussing the first round. That's probably going to happen tomorrow. But we got a couple other platforms that we need to manage. So right now I'm just trying to figure out how do I need to create a schedule for every channel, something that's more consistent so we can keep giving y'all this content on a consistent basis. But again, I appreciate y'all pulling up, man. Y'all keep listening, stay chimed in, keep the conversation going. You might see me drop a few messages in the chat over the next hour or so, and I'll be back for the Suns game when that game actually starts, man. But again, I appreciate you guys. Definitely appreciate you guys for tuning in. Appreciate you guys like Tricky Nicky giving your thoughts on the music. And we're going to take a quick break. He said, hold on, Zigga said, what's the other channel? Let me drop the link. The other channel is right here. Here's the link to the other channel. It's called Whatever Happened to the News TV. Boom, link is in the chat. Go sub up to the other channel, Whatever Happened to the News TV. And then also, make sure you follow us on Spotify. Look, it's not just Spotify. Whatever you have, whether it's Amazon, whether it's Google Podcasts, Samsung Podcasts, Audible, anything, you can also follow our Spotify podcast. And then you also hear it FYF Sports, man. You know what? We also had a Patreon. Look, if you want to support with a monthly donation of $5, $10, $15, whatever you can do, even $1 in some cases. Look, join the Patreon. We will start dropping content on the Patreon as well. So, man, it's a lot of things going on. And I appreciate you guys pulling up to the stream today. Zigga said he just subbed up. I appreciate that, Zigga. Can't wait. I want to see. And look, some of y'all actually have some really good takes. That's why when we open these panels up, I'm really curious to hear what you guys got to say when you actually come onto the live panel. Just talking. It says Jordan is the greatest scorer. Kobe is the best basketball player. LeBron is the greatest athlete ever. I don't know. Ooh. Oh, that's tough. I don't know. I would definitely say Jordan is the greatest scorer. I would have to put LeBron as the best basketball player. I'm just talking about all around basketball. I don't know. I don't know if I could put Kobe up there. You know, especially since he's such a photocopy of Jordan. Zig is trying to compare me to Ticket's channel. He said, "Where was?" You know what? Look, Ticket is Ticket, y'all. Look, Ticket is crazy. Ticket has a lot of bad takes. He definitely does, but he's still a content creator. He does this thing his way. However inefficient it is, however wild and unorganized it is, he's still a content creator. So there's just still a little bit of respect in that aspect. But basketball-wise, the man has lost all marbles and lost all common sense. Right, the cash app that he's getting for hating on LeBron James have just clouded any type of logical thought that can come out of his mind. So he's completely compromised and corrupted when it comes to talking basketball. But that's just my take. But again, I appreciate y'all. I'm going to step away for a quick second, man. You guys stay tuned in. I'll be back for the Suns and Pelicans game. Make sure you guys follow all other platforms. But until we get back within about an hour, hey, it's FYF. At least I'll be tuning out. The stream will still be going. Hey, salute y'all.
Hey, run that shit up, Trace. Hey, run that shit up, Trace.
get that bag, Toretto.
Run that back, Toretto.
Hey, get that bag, Toretto.
Hey, run that shit up, Chase.
Twino got the recipe. Mars. Mars.
Mars. Mars. Mars. the one.
What's poppin'?
Hold up, Jay.
Run that bag, Toretto.
Mars. 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 Mars.
People will make this beat.
just different. just different. It's just different. It's just different. It's